If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, then do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it. I'd better keep looking.
We've had no word from Canva for days. Please tell me Mid is all right.
What do we have here? Oh. Sid's pipes. I remember seeing this doll in Sid's. Huh. What's this tucked inside it? Sid's best in... So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. What would that be? Perhaps Otto might know.
Well,
Possibly.
Opus. That girl's as tone deaf as a bet, unless you mean she couldn't have been more than what, 11, 12 when she called that. It surprised us all. Not least what's that battered old box had to do with it?
I think Sid may have...
Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the thing.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with a Kashik and the valleys are full of ether?
How indeed. My men and I lost an entire
Cole
day.
said it was an army of Akashic. What will happen to Mid and the others?
They'll be fine as long as Sid is... Oh.
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrion.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to do with this?
Nope, nothing. We just wanted to listen, so we... like this. See?
All too well. All right, out of the way.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
No, I mean, yeah, yes. There. How about now?
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
Just the two I was looking for.
Aye, aye. Lose a patient.
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left.
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes, left. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we go after him?
No. We're not the Prince's keepers. He's free to do as he sees fit.
I'd rather he did so in bed. His wounds are nowhere near healed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it?
Though I may be...
Then
And if that fails, try to stay alive, eh?
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
All right, Clark. Blackthorn told me you helped him out. Speaking of which...
Worried about him.
Afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but... I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission. So, Obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking try as I might, I can't for the life. And seeing as how...
I'd speak. Well,
Cheers.
I'll be sure to pay him.
All right.
Glory to Griga. There you are. And not a moment too soon.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, she's refused to stop, even for a moment. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. And if she doesn't rest soon, will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear the hideaway will be without its best physica before too long.
I know better than to order Taya to do anything. But I'll speak to her.
Thank you. I pray you have better luck than I did.
Well, Taya, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, then so am I. We all admire your dedication, but you do need to rest.
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who doesn't deserve to die alone. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony of those last few hours.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia, it's the only thing strong enough.
You wouldn't, Taya. Surely. There must be something we can do for him.
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodriguez.
I will. We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much. I can make the draft.
Just tell me what...
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent, near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid contact with the tears. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready before you return.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to Mid and the others?
Bloody hell, Clive. Not this again. Oh, ain't you got better things to do with your time?
That remains to be seen. August tells me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you. Would you mind telling us why?
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said, then I'm sorry.
It was the ring, right? It brought back some unhappy memories, that's all. Memories better left forgotten.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn. But sometimes it helps to talk about them.
And sometimes it doesn't. Is that so hard to understand?
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my back. That ring you flashed was the work of Zoltan. We apprenticed together, back in the day.
You've never mentioned him before.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to blows. The ring brought it all back. I could tell it was one of his the moment I saw it. Bastard's improved, though. More than I thought possible. That thing's a work of art.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil, maybe. What's it matter to you?
It matters because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed it. The fact is, I couldn't make anything even half that detailed.
So what? You're an armorer, not a jeweler.
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my swords keep you dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my heart and soul into my work. Because the curse breakers deserve better than second best. And I refuse to be shown up by the likes of Zoltan.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit? Learn his secret.
I doubt he'd be too happy to see me.
Then just this once. Make peace with being second best. Swallow your pride, and focus all your energies on the task at hand. Keeping the curse breakers armed and armored. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't, and it's going to distract you, we need to do something about it.
What'd you say, Blackthorn? You know he's right. And it's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon?
In Dravost.
Dravost, eh? Just north of... Got that, Clive? Me? And I'll make sure...
Good luck with...
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tomes aplenty to guide you in your search.
Those tomes wouldn't happen to have letters in them, would they?
He's a surly soaker.
Sid?
Vaguely.
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most of the Morgan. I fear the soil here. However,
I can't.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament, I believe. The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. That is correct. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may... Why, a notice concerning this very creature...
Our time...
Well, I shan't keep you any longer.
Sid! Heard you were in Canva fetching young Ned.
Miss Shirley, how can we learn to be clever like Miss Midadol?
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, then...
Right, Clive? My dad had it all worked out.
He'd be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
The Ainayar's one of the largest, fastest vessels ever built. And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard-pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship. This is the Enterprise! And the world's never seen anything like my dad's engine.
It certainly hasn't.
Clive, what do you know of Barnabas Tharm?
Only what the bards sing. That he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. And that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very threads of creation. But don't lose any sleep over a last tilt. We'll do what we must to survive.
What we must.
The light! I thought this cove was meant to be hidden.
Mid! Company!
Eh?
We'll hold them off until the ship is ready. But hurry!
Bollocks! All hands! Man your stations!
Everyone with me? Here they come.
I'll take care of these fuckers.
About that offer, Gav? How are we doing, Mid?
I thought you said that ship was fast! Oh? I haven't felt this alive in 20 summers! Come on, then! Which of you lot fancies meeting Ogre Kemmer next? I thought it was called Heartbreaker.
Don't let the classic be heard. Without the pain, I'll stand if I'm going first.
Aye, aye,
That was easy enough.
All right, you lousy lot. Get your asses on board. She's ready to sail.
You heard the captain.
Clive?
But I thought he was...
Confound it. Then it is as I feared. Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin.
Phoenix's fiery fundament. Have you no normal enemies?
Up for another round?
Of course we are. Right, Lord Rosfield? A boy, there was a time people called me the Executioner. Always at my office. No matter, heads will roll, all the same.
Mate! New plan! You leave! We follow!
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor! Engine's dead slow ahead!
Have care, my friends. Is not blood that runs through an Odin's veins. These foes will not fall.
But they will fall. Like oaks before a woodman's axe. Good thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up?
As long as it takes.
Unless you have a better.
Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards. Fuck it. Let's do the lot.
Should we make for the ship?
Not yet. Wait for my signal.
In your own time, Clive!
on, mate!
Alright, engine full ahead! And hold on tight!
What do you want?
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary. You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
Now back to your stations! Every bell spent treading water puts another league between us and the galleon.
I don't suppose Mid has a spare engine? Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted. Are you absolutely certain of this quest of yours, Clive? The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye. And they'd have us live and die on their terms, which should answer your question.
Ha! You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Randalar can provide them. Take care, Clive. I have many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. Again.
Good luck, Uncle. And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back. Cheerio! Oh, yeah. Do keep up, my boy.
Well, we can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
Rigor of mercy. All this,
I done?
My lord. Between here and Waloed, but any ship heading north has to round Zemeckis and put through the Narrow. Maintain our current bearing north-northeast, and we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling around Ash from the south?
With these winds in those waters, it'd taken forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehere.
Mid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she tells.
Sails on the horizon.
She's ours. Look alive, boys! Full ahead! And keep those furnaces fed!
Aye, aye!
Do you feel that, Jill?
All hands! Battle stations! Let's see what this girl can do.
Where one leads, so does the other follow. A bond of consciousness which joins them, condemning both to the same fate. Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold. Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
Great Gregor's gas!
One of us.
Hard a port! Heads down, you brutes! And brace for impact!
It's now or never. I'll find her.
Bloody hell! At a starboard!
Hold on. I'm coming. For both of you.
Jill!
You came.
Get back!
Clive, how did you...
I'll explain later. Hands. Can you walk?
Out of here I can.
Stand still!
Phoenix. Are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
In earnest, then.
Can you go on?
I think so. But to where?
What did you do to Joshua?
The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive. This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation. And thus has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery. Not if we destroy the last of the Mother Crystals and restore balance to the world.
Come. Do you truly think it's so simple? The Blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is, but suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
Keep it. As long as there's a chance, there's a choice.
Ever led astray by your blind resolve.
Now, it is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate. However much it may hurt.
Get as far away as you can.
Clive, no!
Trust me, Jill.
We don't have to do this.
Oh, but we do. If only to remind you of your duty.
Defend yourself!
In the short time since our last meeting, you have grown much. Yet as a vessel, I fear my lord will still find you lacking.
Raise your guard!
All this fire and fury, and for what? Stopping the blight. A foolish notion fed to you by a foolish man. How dare you? You know naught of this world nor our place in it. If our fates were so easily rewritten, we would all be gods. I have seen enough. If reason cannot sway you, there are other means of persuasion that might. You will assume the mantle you've been given. And thus is the light of hope severed. You would yield so soon. Never.
Clive!
Do you not see? Your iron will weighs you down, dragging you ever further from your purpose.
And what is my purpose?
Mythos. Who are we? What are the dominants? The breath of the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might... guide the masses in his name. We are but mighty acts of God.
We are more than that.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us. It unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even his chosen few. Apart from you, Mythos. You wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly would that be?
Why, loyal servants to God.
No.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Salvation? And abandon everything we hold dear?
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours, and not your gods.
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Clive!
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
Ash is not far. I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try. Don't look back! hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led. We need only wait till dawn. This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. I'm powerless against him.
Then maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe? But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man. And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for. Of all the people you've saved. It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted, only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good, haven't you?
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
Myself? I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving, provided they want to be saved. You fight to survive. And you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
Jill. Are you sure? If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is. This burden, I'll give you the strength to bear it alone.
But I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow, I see now that they are all a part of me. but to continue on. Having pledged my life to those I love, and I will gladly bear your burdens too, until my last breath.
Clive.
I promise you, Jill, we will find a way to escape this fate. Find a way to save each other. That we might one day look upon the moon again, together.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know. I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
No. Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
Of course. Drake's spine. The last Mother Crystal.
The Einherja is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one. Ash will have to wait.
Mid says Odin split the sea in two. She's always been partial to a tall tale. But there's tall, and then there's tall.
I struggle to believe it myself.
I see your uncle isn't with you.
He stayed with the Enterprise after our brush with the Einherjar. Yeah, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle knew to join him there when we're ready.
You sure that's wise?
Show me a city where that isn't true.
We're running out of time. We've done our best to shore up that hideaway. Still.
Let's hope so. I should visit Joshua, assuming Talia will allow it.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of Papio nuts and all.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
What's that for you, dear? Not bad, if I do say so myself. No scratches, right? Should last you a good while. Not my best work, but it'll do. You can thank me later. Anything else?
How was she? The Enterprise, I mean.
Don't tell me. You need more bomb ash.
Oh no, we still got plenty of that left. I'm working on bringing another one of the Chief's designs to life. This time, it's got a reverberatory that, let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. Only myth trouble is, and I hear you once helped.
If it's for the good of the hideaway, I'd be happy to.
Oh, it is.
So,
you've got a couple of examples.
more fallen. So this smelter is similar to the myth.
That's right. And what's more, we've collected as many as...
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes?
That's it. We're only 3 short, Mike. There's one up and another.
All right.
It'll do.
So, she don't need sails or oars, but she's still the fastest ship on the sea.
How are you feeling, Joshua?
But not nearly as... Your cuts and burns may have healed.
And what would you have had me do? It was no... Yet still, the king could have ended me at any moment. But...
Yeah.
Oh, it was only one man established his dominance. That... I'm sorry. It's just... I have never felt so... Perhaps the prince...
What is this place?
Don't move. Here, it's fresh from the well. Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
The fiend works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand, then, Ultima? No, not you.
This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them?
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there. You're going then?
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
Perhaps he can find an answer. You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are ya?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get it. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone. All depends on where we're putting it.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore. If we have to assume that the whole of Ash is...
Then we must find a place they won't think to look.
The Professor! I'll go...
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
I still say we're a compliment.
Ah, Clive. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Please tell me you've come to take our young prodigy here off my hands.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens? Go on.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, we'll be setting out for Drake's Spine. And we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated. We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters.
All right, if it will get you out of my hair. But interrupt me, and it's over. Understood? Barnabas Tharm, the one they call the Last King. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldemark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canva's streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped. And Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
I have no reason to assume other.
Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example, one that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, if you have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so, you see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss. To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along. I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
I shall guard it with my life.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
Mid said I could ride the Enterprise next. No, she didn't. She said I could.
My apologies.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stonehere by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav.
You bet you are. Might still borrow some of Lady V.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But the ship ain't going nowhere till...
Jill. The Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike.
Don't worry. You'll be needing pass...
But if there are no questions...
Let me know when you're leaving. I want a word before you go.
Of course.
How do you split the sea?
Is something wrong?
Not at all, honestly. Just wanted to let you know that I'll
hold you.
Ready, go? Run like the wind. Quiet. Be safe.
Right then.
Let's try.
Definitely anything but ordinary.
Sid, contact?
Yeah.
What an amazing specimen. It's just as I hoped. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they blew. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to.
I'm glad I could be.
You've not only helped us. Do you recall the extract with which I took a moment to distill some more? But this time, with the petals, you must accept this phial as thanks.
Lady Karen's falling.
Have you tried Molly's lemon tarts? I've never had anything so delicious.
I should be so lucky. They're all in Ted's belly before they've even had time to cool.
The stew's awfully thin.
What do I owe the honor? Look, I said I'll go, and old Zoltan will have taken. What do you want? And?
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in...
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Where are you?
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris.
I'm afraid not. My job, actually. When she...
Did she?
Following up, once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment. And about their captor.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were at... I'll go and find her.
If she's not moved on...
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Come to claim your just desserts. Here you are. Come again. I may have more. Oh, yeah.
Please, your grace. Ah, my Lord Marquis.
Yote.
My lord, yeah. It's your brother, though he does his best to hide it.
I had fear.
There are certain elixirs which can...
But
His Grace's case is severe. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility, and thankfully a recipe was found, and our supply. Unless we can secure more soon. My lord, I know...
For Joshua? So...
A rare herb. It grows only where the ether is densest. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. The search continues for a new source.
So it's only that you can't reach it?
Well...
Then I shall go in your... You've yet to find another source, correct? Besides...
Well, Stoner... I shall remain here.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. Damn it. The whole village is turned. No need to ride from here.
to deal with these ones first. This is it. Let's go. Fly, Ambrosia. Here's the aqueduct. Now to find our stonewort. Yote mentioned blood-red petals. Just my luck. I won't be getting anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it. As much as I can before reinforcements arrive. All right, that should do it. Let's get these back to Yote.
Yote.
Yes, I'm sure it will serve.
I'm very glad.
You and His Grace, you think only of how you might help others.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him.
I am honored, but I beg you, my lord.
I'll keep that. Doris should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
Ah, Clyde, I'd like you to take something seeds for planting. I'll keep providing them, but if these pools going to as if those they've lived their whole lives, small wonder they ain't got the fog yet. And if you're wondering why you, Sir Wade's putting a brave...
All right.
Thanks, there.
Gizal Greens.
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy, they grow fast, and they fill a hole. Better that than and chop in exactly.
I'll take your...
Anyway, I'll go up...
I'm sure you would.
Just because the heavens have gone to
Nearly done.
I've got greens of all shapes and sizes. Let's get this stall set out. Mostly green, though.
Want to know how to tell if the world's going to rack and ruin?
The world seems to be changing so fast lately, I can hardly keep up. What I do know... It's been a pleasure.
I'll give your offer some thought.
How goes the investigation?
Sid.
You. I heard you were out here.
Of course. And it had to be me. She's no fool. If we'd come...
That was her just so.
I'd say so. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's after her brush with those beastmen. She's dangerous.
Then I'm going. I'll take care of the escort.
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp.
What brings you to...
A delivery.
These are Martha's keen to cut the ape. I jest, of course. But they'd long since gone to seed.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the bear so that they'll be able...
That's not... These bearers had only recently escaped. They know little of freedom, unless we teach them how to live like free men. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example. It's about time we all start. Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses. There have been a lot...
The Horde! They're coming, so...
Time it all. Gather the men in the square.
Yes, sir.
The Horde?
A Kashek, a veritable legion of them. They've been seen We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had...
Now you're out of...
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before...
What if you could call on reinforcements?
You mean the bearers? And our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
Us to the slaughter. To serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will. A home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool!
For Eastpool!
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just love the sound of my own voice.
Lord Rossfield, my lady, we're ready.
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around the village. Upon engaging with the Akashek, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can, steadily retreating all the while.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense at first. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our choosing. With luck, that point will be the village square, the perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them, and for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Await, but you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory.
Sir Wade! They're here!
Then you know what you must do. We work together, everyone playing their part, each shielding the other that no man might fall, that Eastpool might live on. For Rosaria!
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord. I'll do as you ask.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too, then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
The calm before the storm. And here it comes.
Can't let Eastpool fall.
And we won't.
Ogle, kill! Down, Ogle!
Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rushfield! Change of plan!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard is here. So wait, how many Akashic remain in Eastpool?
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst is behind us. I could order a detachment or two to fall back and...
No. Let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. Your men need you. I'll go after the Curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the Founder protect you.
This is no time to ride.
Next one's mine. I might not know
ambrosia. Be safe. There it is. With me, Joshua. All right. Back to Eastpool.
Lord Rossfield, the Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but I think it might be over.
I think it might.
We did it. We saved Eastpool. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. It's us who should be thanking you. You brought us together. Showed us what it means to fight for what you hold dear.
We never had nothing to call our own before. We didn't know what it meant to protect it, but now we do. We really do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved us, and still we doubted you. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now, so we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours, to protect Eastpool.
And we shall. We all shall. Together. This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to take it away,
they'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't going to rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
No. They're Rosarians. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he were still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can to help rebuild the village. After all, this is my home now too. And I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's East Pudlian, Sir Wade. but you should be proud all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting outclassed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course, and I'd be counting on yours too. Us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right. I will.
Lord Rossfield, do you remember our very first mission together? Clearing the goblins from the Stillwind marshes?
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
I'll do my best.
The hero? It's lucky not only did...
I just did...
And its own. Take it.
Thank you, Mum.
So, and a home to free bear...
Well, it was your...
I know that, but I never stopped. Though I suppose the wreck... You know, bearers living free like that. Old as I am to recall that.
I take it you didn't always...
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before... In fact, that's how I met him. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful, anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day. That whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right, aye. And if we don't manage it, there's always them who come after us. Good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope.
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall we? The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Good. They haven't broken. How did Doris come to know it?
We've waited long enough. She's not...
Mac, just...
With all haste. Lest I presume you're... We've suffered too many delays as...
yes.
Oh, it appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try. So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Cid the Outlaw.
Cid.
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people...
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Cid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter, and I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible, surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children, but you... How about it, my little dagger?
I never swore my blood to liberate the farewell, master.
You always were. Perhaps that's the reason...
What do you want to...
I am not the killer she was, and she no longer has friends in high places.
All right.
I am.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put Cole's mind at ease.
Welcome back, Cid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers.
With any luck, they'll be joining Owen, your letter.
I'd been hoping as much. So the slave... She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sunbreak, and she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no... Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I hope so. You had quite the past yourself. Anyway, thanks again.
Keep up the good...
Rosfield. Is there aught?
Perhaps. My brother, have you learned anything of
Little and
I see.
Be assured, however, even now, our
Fallen ruins, I take it.
Indeed. Ultimus, as if protecting.
Secrets.
Should our methods be of interest, mayhap it would please you.
Would that be possible?
Of course. Perchance you are familiar with... I was due to visit my colleague. If you would consent to do so in my stead, I'm sure that they would be on...
All right. I'll go and meet with them.
They will be... Might I say it will lead...
Thank you.
I wish you a safe...
It's kind of you to take an interest in the Undying's affairs, brother.
Look. I don't have you all keeping secrets. Can I? Ready, go? This might take a while. Straight home now. Kicked down already? No. This... Why the gate?
Chief's orders. Not that I'd have let you in anyway, I suggest.
That's what I'm trying to... You ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No.
Long time, no.
What the hell are you?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbs.
All right. Just...
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first punch. That good enough for you?
Go on, then.
So this is Dravaged. Not much going...
When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over. Clive, you're good with people.
Hey, you ain't back...
There's a river of bad blood. But if someone...
All right.
I appreciate he'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master.
Forge on the hill.
Good luck.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your hole.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter!
Pardon the intrusion.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it'd keep the gates closed, I tell him. You're not welcome here.
Blackthorns.
What did you...
He's waiting.
Then I suggest... Didn't you, apprentice?
So what if... Fuck! These bearers' flames are next to bloody...
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges.
I'm a busy man, as you can see. Oh, and if you're a prick knows it, he's not wanted here. All right.
Please, Chief. Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss.
As a personal...
Well...
There'll be no talking him round. Not after.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, what turned the village...
I left. Dravozd. There are two kinds of... My kind, who are in it for who labour on a single piece from dawn to... And the other kind, who are in it for people like Zoltan, whose work is quite a kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it up. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, you would have torn Dravozd in half had it.
You didn't have to do...
Zoltan's a bad chief. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravozd prospered without, until the crystals run out at any rate.
It depends on how you look at it. There's got to be other ways of making fun.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, he saw all of this coming. New crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years...
You know what I mean, though, right? What I'm trying to say is that it's not your...
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive, just... Clive, Dravozd won't last long with it, so... Do you think it's time we shed Sid's bellows with the way I see it?
Hold on, Blackfall. Sid made those things for us. And you'd be
All right, this place was your home. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was let this be it. Dravozd will show the world that... Wouldn't you agree?
Of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you.
Shall I go and fetch...
I know I'm off. I'll be needing some building a furnace. Isn't do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a... And I've got a job for you too. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us.
Time for a spot. Good girl. Run like the wind. Let's make this quick, shall we? Be safe. I dare say that will be enough for a decent set of bellows.
What's this all about, then?
Don't know. Any trouble?
Nothing I could...
Right then. If everyone pulls their weight.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't...
You know what this means?
Sorry about earlier. That thing you built us is... And honest to God, you've saved up.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. What is it?
Pit Cole's cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will be our secret for yours. I've always envied, since the day I became chief. No amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. But is it any wonder I hate it?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twink. I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us?
See that you both do.
All right.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, well, the whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you. Everyone except Zoltan has.
Oh, but that reminds me.
Pick old Cinder. How'd you come by this? And you're sure?
I'm sure. You didn't say so.
Yeah. There's no... if that helps save even... What was it you said he called me? Sounds like I better get...
It's good to see you back, all.
I don't know how you... I'm grateful. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. About to put Zoltan back in his place.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are.
A little healthy competition.
You're not wrong. It's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let... No use grumbling about... Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets.
What do I owe the honor? So, will it be? That it? Fine.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Heard the bad news.
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old horn. Well, anyway, the mines just down the road from there are spewing out...
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts... If something ain't done soon...
I won't let that...
Didn't think you...
Does Black...
I thought it might be better if he didn't. You reckon we should tell him?
No.
Yeah, well... I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm off.
So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
If you can swing a hammer, you can swing a sword.
I never thought. Clive!
And the Akash.
Mostly off to the north still. But I spoke to Doris's scouts and it turns out things are worse than I thought. Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. That should buy us some time if we need it. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes at least.
Well done.
Welcome back. I'd never have guessed, you know. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravost would turn out to be the realm's most keen to help?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice, unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. Zoldan, long enough for us two to turn into a pair.
Then your idea of an opponent.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best.
But that ain't the whole... Vulcan, Alma, he left it to me. The best... Bloody, if someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to... Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't a...
So you wasted half of mine.
You're what Dravost... Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I may be a selfish prick.
What you had...
Even if it meant we all...
Enough. You can finish beating each other.
Fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, Clive. Short enough on... Still... Give us a mo, would you? You,
We can't afford...
Right you are. Don't want any nasty... Oh, and... Blackthorn.
Akashic...
Now, Clive...
Within sight of the walls. And there are... They'll wash right over us if we...
Good idea.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight.
Well, let's hope you don't. Once the scouts are inside, order your men. No heroic last stands, you hear me? No.
August's right. The people here are tough and willing.
I'm going out. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left.
And if they kill
you, evacuate. It won't come to them. Take good care of...
Leave it to me, and...
All right. Which one of you's first? Is that it? Apparently not. Not getting past me. Oh, did I miss any?
Man alive! As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the...
Good.
In time, yeah. But we can think about...
Sid! Enough to give those Akashic monsters nightmares. But mostly...
I'm afraid I've only delayed the... There's no getting rid of, meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will...
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it... I hate to say it, but the village...
That may be. With ether floods springing up all over, it's no less... We'll fortify the... And I'll see that they're guarded.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up, though.
As for you, Black, that's twice you've turned up when dropped, so...
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. I always envied you. You leaving gave me the perfect... And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. You'd have been the death of this place.
Fine. I hope you see the sense of it eventually.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but... Our work used to be the pride of Dub. Now, we churn out the same... It's not about the craft. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of us. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead the average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we...
That's a kind offer. There's people who trust their lives to my steel. But that doesn't mean I couldn't Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's power.
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next...
I never thought I'd...
I'd say that went pretty well.
Even better than I...
Sid.
And this is?
A token, but I'm of a mind to make you. Designs for a certain sword have been...
Now, hold on. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been... I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel. And I've learned to own an edge, but the engravings on that thing, and they're not just for...
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravoged in the... I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs between the two of us.
Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan...
As long as he can keep...
Right. Zoltan.
We were just about to make us...
It's funny. You remember Camille? We'll be using his level work for the grit. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the sin and that wet stone from the outer aisles. That'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish.
A team effort.
Now, save that.
Right. To the...
Well, bugger me.
The sword to end all swords.
It's... thank you.
So?
This will take more than that, but we're up for the chip.
A list of material.
Zoltan and I got talk.
We reckon with those items there.
That's a weapon I'd like to see.
I was hoping you'd say.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start...
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my past.
Then tap the kegs! Vulcan's born!
Trouble with your gear, or... What do you want? And? I never, and if it hadn't been for you. You do what you need to do, Clive.
everything's back the way it was. I don't know.
Take that, you naughty...
Clyde!
I just wanted to see how the town...
Since all is absolutely wonderful and firmly at the head. Just as the...
Are you a lord? They're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil.
It's the mayor of Dalamil, dear child. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. Speaking of, maybe I rather worry...
May therein.
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their and they have formed what one could call, and they grow more...
We'll fight them all off just like last time, won't we?
Of course we will. If the longer we avoid facing this one, our best hope, by finding those, perhaps, certain law...
How could I...
Victor, I have him...
I'll go and speak.
What's the difference between a lord and a... Yeah, that's easy.
A league of outlaws.
Sounds like we have some competition. Still in Della.
Ah,
I thought you'd have returned to Costa.
I did. I've developed something, and having worked so hard to see a sentiment, Master Lubor certainly...
You're not the only.
What is...
He asked for my aid, and he said that you might be...
Then you've come at just the right time. There are more camps in there, but we must...
All right.
There's one upriver.
Leave it with me.
Good girl.
Faster!
Those ne'er-do-wells.
That must be the camp Victor mentioned.
We make this quick.
That's him! The one who killed Locke and Fingers! Take his head off!
I'd better let Victor know.
Sid. Ah,
no, but...
No.
What is it?
The whole town. They're saying that...
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the some of the children spotted it, and when Lubor felled him, and without... But that's not... It is. If he's a bearer and has been hiding it. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. Still... all those people see is a man who's like...
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here, but I know...
You're right.
And now, I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just... well,
We're sorry, Lubor, but we just...
There's nothing to be sorry for. All that matters to me...
Look at him talking to his...
All lies, I'll wager.
Once people make up their mind, we need to convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them.
You're right.
I'm glad you agree. I'm a Dalmec. You had to make Conrad. They know that Lubor and I, Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of...
I'll do it. Lubor, I can't promise.
And that...
Why are you taking the bearer's side, Victor?
Why do they always have to make such a fuss?
You all along that he was...
Forgive me for disturbing you.
As have I, Lord Underhill. The rumors that
He'll never be mayor now.
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, in this at least he's done the town a service. Might that...
Leniency? He pretended to be...
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied.
So what do you propose? Will you drive?
Perhaps. That is a question for the people of Dalimil. And they will thank you not to get involved.
The townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing I could do.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie refused to consider anything but their own wounded pride.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things differently. For now, we should report back to Lubor.
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearers?
I assume the situation is hopeless?
There's still hope. But...
But perhaps not in this lifetime, I think it's fair to say.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. Give them time. They'll come around. We'll talk some sense into them in the end, you'll see.
No, you won't. And your efforts would be better spent elsewhere.
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie, that a blade is a reflection of the smith who forged it. To yourself be true, that was her point. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself and what she believed in, right to the end. And so must I be. I must do what I know to be right, no matter what others might think of me. And now, I must embrace my new role of villain, for only united can they hope to... I'll need to make a...
Don't go, Lubor. We'll be all alone.
Trust me, little ones. It is for...
How could it possibly be for the best? The least you can do is give the townspeople...
They would not take it.
Over. And so just like that, you're going to throw this town and these children to the wolves? I thought you were better, but it seems you hadn't...
Victor.
Forget it.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. Ah, but where are my manners? Here. A reward for clearing out that bandit camp. Right then. I have packing to do.
If there's anything I can do. Anything.
I'll...
Thanks, girl. You are there.
2 down. 1 to go.
What's happened?
Ah, Clive. You'll be...
That is good news.
Yes. But I still have much and more. You couldn't do me a quick...
What is it this time?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and find out exactly how much...
All right.
Thanks, Clive.
What's happened? God.
Don't blame yourself, El. I know, no buts.
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message from our intermediary. The talks with the Republican army have fallen through. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium instead. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately offered above the going rate to try and deter other bidders. But the Consortium offered double what we did, and the army jumped at the chance.
You had no opportunity to make a counteroffer?
None at all. And we were so close.
El? What's happened? I saw Vonnie leaving. She didn't look happy.
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fist were speaking to about the bearers. How did the Consortium even find out about this?
It's not so surprising. They have ears all over the Republic. This isn't over. The Consortium will have to sell these bearers eventually, and at the price they paid, buyers will be few and far between. I'm going to Randalar myself.
Alone? You sure that's wise?
Are you offering to be my bodyguard? How kind. Meet me at the checkpoint near the capital gates. I'll send an owl ahead and request a meeting. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get everything ready. We've waited far too long as it is. Even if I fail to free these bearers, there will be others. Someone needs to prepare the place and keep any prowling beasts at bay.
Oh, and that's me, is it? Well, it looks like I'm following orders till she gets back from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium, who've been doing their best to undermine our scheme. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She still has plans for Cashlock, even if this one falls through. She means to stay with us, then. I can't say I'm not happy to hear it, but Is this what she really wants?
You have to trust her.
You're right. It's what she wants now. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, I should do my part too. So I bid you farewell and safe travels, my friend. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. We'll make sure the place is well stocked and defended. You go to Randala and see if you can stop my sister biting the Consortium's heads off. If she won't consider her prospects, someone has to.
I'll do my best. All right. To Randalar, then. I'd better not keep Eloise waiting.
This guy's getting me down, girl.
What I wouldn't give for a home meal. Looks like this is the end of the road for us.
When are they gonna let us through?
Good girl.
Yeah!
Be safe. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak with the consortium?
Here they are now.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. It's about the bearers you recently purchased from the Fist. We had all but finished making arrangements to buy them ourselves, and then you stepped into the fray.
You misunderstand. The consortium had an interest in purchasing them from the very first. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you suggested that the regard was not mutual. And so we resumed our business.
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such decisions without first giving them due consideration. But what is done is done. Come then. How much do you want for them?
Alas, you are too late yet again. We rarely take on such unconventional merchandise without a purchaser in mind. The bearers belong to him now.
Who is your buyer?
A trader from across the water. A most demanding fellow, if it's any consolation. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given their own bunks for the voyage over. That's what you get when you deal with continental types.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is quite different to ours. They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard.
That does sound no matter then. If they've already left our shore, and with it, my interest in...
My associate...
I'm sorry you weren't able to save them.
As am I. But I only have myself to blame. He was right, you see. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy those bearers before I did. Their representative hinted at a possible purchase when he came to recruit me. I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be encouraged to tell me more. And he did just that. As soon as he left, I sent my own offer to Randalar.
So you never...
No. I entertained the Consortium's proposal solely so I could learn more about those bearers. But I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out. I knew exactly who I was dealing with.
You tried.
I did. And they deserved... I wanted so badly.
Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village, a pack of beasts have come down from the mount. Theo and the others are trying to hold them. They need help.
Theo!
I'll go on it.
Thank you. I'll gather some men and join...
Hold on, Theo. Come on. Run like the wind. To ride from here. Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way to keep it from the...
We just have to pray, mate.
I can do better than... Time to fight. Damn it. The ether's too thick. These creatures have already turned. I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does. Looks like it's found me. This thing's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy. had me worried for... We have to get you out of here.
I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore! And so will you!
Elle.
Theodore.
Take care of my sister.
Theodore, wait.
Goodbye, Elle.
Thank you.
That was true bravery, Isha. His first instinct was always to protect people.
And now he's... because I sent him to...
It wasn't against... He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand up.
to live my... He never...
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever...
We grew up in Canva. We were born, and I was chosen to inherit the... I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo, a late bloomer. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his fifth... My parents tried to drive him out before they could.
Theo told me something. He clearly admired your devotion to the... But he said you deserved a better life than this. Just as you freed him.
I would be lying if I said I had how much easier my life might and devoted myself to the... But I have never regretted being with my brother meant more to... I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night, and... He was never a burden. If anything...
You weren't, Eloise. That he had always been grateful to you for... And that he wanted to repay you by letting you live the life you were denied. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You did whatever was... And you always would.
You're right. It was so we could be... Oh, Theo. I know Theo wanted me to move on. But I'm staying. We can make a difference here. We can help. I need nothing more from life than that. So I'll carry on doing what we do. ensuring that goods, bringing smiles to Theo. This is the life
I've made a choice to continue helping you.
Thank you. Let's go on together.